Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. Can I have Dr. Garland lead us in the flag salute?
Yes, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Garland. Next, I would like to call on our legal counsel.
Yes, thank you, President Gutierrez. For members of the public who may wish to provide public comment in real time during tonight's meeting, we direct you to the instructions under item number 10 on tonight's agenda. Please ensure to provide public comment at the designated time for public comment by dialing 323-8887-7900 extension 2494, or by clicking the raise hand button on the Zoom application, or dial *9 to raise your hand from a phone. If members of the public dial in telephonically and the line is busy or goes straight to voicemail, please hang up and try again. Public speakers may choose, but need not identify themselves to the Board of Education. However, if any follow-up may be required, providing contact information is encouraged. Accordingly, members of the public should be prepared to identify themselves, provide contact information, and the agenda matter they wish to address. Further, the board may limit the overall time of public comment to no more than 30 minutes, or limit the time per speaker to 1 minute for purposes of efficiency to ensure the district can carry on with its business as agendized. Again, for further directions and information, please refer to item number 10 on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, legal counsel. Can we do a roll call and see who is present? Vice President Ramirez?
Present.
Clerk Cabrera?
Present.
Board Member Magaña?
Present.
Board Member Uribe?
Madam President, Mark Scavarna, Board Member Uribe just notified me that she'll be running a little late. She'll check in when she can.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Scavarna. And I am present. Dr. Garland, are there any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Madam President. Item 7C and 9A1 were revised. Copies have been provided to you and copies have been uploaded to the website for the public. Items number 11C, 9A6, and 9A8. Copies have been provided to you and copies have been uploaded to the website for the public. Item 8A has been pulled from the agenda. That was item 8A. Finally, while the underlying board meeting minutes for January 19th, 2022 were posted and circulated with the agenda for this evening's meeting, the agenda line item to approve the minutes is not reflected on the agenda as a board action item. As a result, the approval of these minutes will be reflected on the next board's meetings agenda as an action item, and copies of the minutes will be recirculated and posted.
Thank you, Dr. Garland. Is there a motion to approve the agenda with the modifications as directed by Dr. Garland?
So moved.
Perfect. Can we do a roll call? Vice President Ramirez?
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera?
Aye.
Board Member Magaña?
Aye.
Board Member Uribe? And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. I would like to call on Dr. Garland.
Thank you, Madam President. It's my honor to present our student board members tonight for the reports. We're going to begin with Sandy Membrano from the Applied Technology Center High School.
Good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Scavarna, and the Executive Cabinet. My name is Sandy Membrano, and I am the student body president for the ASB of the Applied Technology Center. After a well-deserved winter break, we returned to school on Tuesday, January 18th, with a picture of our negative COVID-19 test and wellness surveys in hand. The lines to enter the school were long but necessary to make sure we were all safe to return to school. The first week back was filled with laughter and excitement as we came back together with our peers and facilitators. Our health sciences pathway partnered with Cedars-Sinai Hospital for our blood drive on Friday, January 21st, 2022. ATC supported Cedars-Sinai greatly by collecting 51 life-saving units and plan to continue to do so with the upcoming drives. We are proud of our senior class. 46% have completed and submitted their FAFSA or California DREAM Act applications. Of these students, 29 have received Cal Grant awards. These numbers put us right back on track with previous years. On Wednesday, February 2nd, college advisors, counselors, and administrators will host the second FAFSA Day to support our seniors with completing their FAFSA, receiving their student aid report, SAR, and completing scholarship searches. ATC Iron Horses are focused on their futures. In February, our junior class will continue their college journey with an introduction to Naviance. Naviance is a college and career platform that we were able to use to help find our best fit path after high school. ATC will celebrate students on Friday, February 4th, during our Student Recognition Assembly. ATC will be holding its monthly clothing drive fundraiser on Saturday, on February 5th. The class of 2024 is also holding the T-shirt designing contest starting on the 7th of February and ending on the 22nd of February. The class of 2022 is also currently preparing for Counselor Appreciation Week for the week of February 7th to February 11th. The Chef Pathway is planning to open their Bistro 2022, a student-run business on campus, starting on February 15th and ending on May 18th. They're also planning to continue the Bistro Express and will open on February 18th to 2022 and run until May 20th, 2022. The Chef Pathway also held their monthly birthday celebration on January 27th and will be holding another on the 25th of February. The NAMI Club is currently having their application process for the future cabinet for the school year 2021-2022. They will be having guest speakers for the Kaiser Permanente to present for LGBTQ plus mental health awareness. Our ASB is also preparing for part 1 of ATC's traditional pathway games starting on the 16th of February. On the same day, ATC's ASB will be holding a Party Girl celebration, which will be a large fundraising event for the students. ATC is also planning their winter formal for the date of February 26th. It is dated as a Yule Ball and will go from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. The TLC Club has been working on various events that include a movie night for March 11th, a barbecue scholarship fundraiser on April 9th, and a chalk art contest on March 19th, and a car show on May 7th. We're also planning to host a lip sync battle and a talent show within the next couple months. That is all for the Applied Technology Center's Student Board report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Sandy. Next up, we have our representative from Bell Gardens High School, Emily Mars.
Good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Scarna, and the Executive Cabinet. My name is Emily Mares, and I am the Student Body President from Bell Gardens High School. First of all, I would like to share that the start of second semester was not what we expected at all. We are thankful to our Board of Education for placing students and staff safety a priority during the surge in the variant Omicron. The purchase of at-home test kit for all MUSD students to administer prior to the start of in-person instruction was
Hi,
greatly
I'm so
appreciated by all
sorry, Emily.
stakeholders.
I can't hear you. I don't know if my colleagues can hear. I can't really hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can everybody else hear me?
I can hear you, but it sounds a little low.
I'm not sure.
We like speak up a little bit more so that we can hear you better.
I don't know what to do. Okay, so just louder? Yeah, okay. Today, we launched a virtual answer meet with our entire student body. We had the opportunity to work with our principal, Miguel Miranda, and requested that all of our students use their Chromebooks, daily planner, and complete the LCAP survey. This week, all our seniors are completing in their economics/government class a FAFSA application that will hopefully result in favorable student aid support. College acceptance letters are arriving, and we are proud of the class of 22 for the confirmations. You make us all proud. Cannot wait to walk the stage on Thursday, June 2nd, 2022 with my peers. At BG, our winter sports team have been quite a fixture on campus. Due to the closure of athletics competition in late December, our teams are busy making up those games by spending countless hours in practice and competition. We are proud of our student athletes for their resiliency. Congratulations to our varsity girls water polo for taking second place in Almond League and developing a strong program with 2 teams. Our varsity boys basketball team is currently undefeated and ready for post-league actions. We are proud to share that our hoopsters competed in 2 tournaments where they are advanced to final game. 2 of our boys are scoring above 18 points per game, and they have the highest CIF ranking in school history. Our wrestling team was named league champions. They had an undefeated season in league and finished with a 9-2 record. I mean, 2-1 record. We have our grabblers ready to compete this Friday as individuals. A special recognition to Catherine Hernandez, who was ranked number 2 in CIF and number 4 in California. Thank you to Coach Sebastian Tapia for leading this team to a successful season. We are anticipating the results for the rest of our winter teams and are looking forward to introducing the spring season to Gardens. Special recognition to 2021 varsity football team for receiving Almond League recognition under the direction of Coach Victor Salazar. The Mighty Lancers received from Lineman of the Year, Jose Valles, First Team Offense recognition next to Alexis Martinez, Joshua Fernandez, Eric Valenzuela, Ethan Rosas, and Eloy Martin. First Team Defense recognition went to Rafael Lopez, Damian Diaz, Joshua Fernandez, Justin Hernandez, Eloy Martin, Eric Valenzuela. Second Team Offense recognition went to Justin Hernandez and Hector Vera. Our sophomores ASB officers are diligently planning a sweetheart lunch for our mild to moderate and moderate to severe special education students. It has been a tradition for years to create a memorable experience for these wonderful BG Lancers. Our junior officers are collaborating to create an unforgettable prom for class of 2022. Disneyland, here we come. Our senior officers are finalizing a walk down memory lane display case and preparing a prom fashion show in spring. We will be having our first pep rally of the second semester on Thursday, February 3rd, 2022. The collaboration between band, cheer, color guard, drill team, and ASB is very important to promote student activities and spirit. Thank you all to the coaches, advisors, and administration for their support, to the students who attend. Thank you, and we love your spirit. On a final note, we will have a blood drive on February 23rd, 2022 from 9 to 3 p.m. at the Big Gym, and we'll welcome WASC to our campus March 6 to 9, 2022. I cordially invite all of the Board of Education members to help too. The end of the year is fast approaching, and we hope to fill it with experience that touch the hearts of all, as we promise to continue promoting student academics, performances, and athletics on our campus. Go BG. Are there any questions from the board members? No? Okay.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have our representative from Montebello High School, Lily.
Hi. Good evening, Board President Gutierrez, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Scarvana, Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Lily Ijan, and I am the Associate Student Body President at Montebello High School. From our last board meeting, which was held on December 1st, Montebello High School has tried to be as active as possible. With Cal State and UC applications being done with, most of our seniors were just so tired and burnt out that they were just so ready to give up. But being that it was our freshmen's kind of real first finals week, our ASB thought it'd be a great idea to make encouraging posters and just set them up all around school to make them feel welcomed and to make them feel safe. That being said, I want to thank our college counselor, Ms. Brenzel, and our other amazing counselors and faculty members that were helping with our seniors. because it was such an intense time. I can't even put it into words as to what we were feeling in that moment. With Ms. Brenzel's bubbly personality and strive to help us all, like all of our senior class, it was possible for her to be very hands-on and cater to everyone's individual needs. Truly, it wouldn't have been possible without her. With the holidays approaching us, we decided to have a hot chocolate day on December 14th. It was a very cold and rainy morning, which I think was the reason why we had such a great turnout. It was funny to see how the atmosphere just completely changed when finals week rolled around. It was nice to see that students care about their grades and that they were worried about their classes, but it was so sad to see how dull the school got. But even on the dullest days, our students somehow managed to make the best out of their time and still have a positive attitude to finish off the semester strong. I want to commemorate our track and field for winning CIF. We are so proud and so honored to hold that title. I also want to congratulate girls and boys soccer, girls and boys basketball, girls and boys wrestling, and girls and boys water polo for doing an outstanding job during their ongoing season. I also want to congratulate our speech and debate team for attending their first and second competition this past 2 weekends. It's amazing to see our school grow and prosper in different areas that we haven't seen before. Our ASB is doing a great job of planning ahead, although we don't know what the future holds and what the circumstances might be with COVID. We are still keeping busy by planning prom and some prep rallies. Right now, our goal and motto is to just plan as if everything is going to happen, whether it happens or not. We are currently planning a Super Tuesday pep rally, which I have a feeling is going to be a great one. This is where we'll announce our top 10 and congratulate our current sports. I also want to thank our faculty and students for doing such a great job on following protocols. Truly, without our teachers enforcing protocols in classrooms, our situation might have been worse. It's nice to see that our students are keeping up on washing their hands, sanitizing, keeping their masks up, which not only are they keeping themselves safe, but they're also keeping their peers safe. Thank you for your time and acknowledgement. Are there any questions for me?
I hear no questions. Thank you so much, Lily.
Thank you, Lily. Next up, we have Shore High School, Samantha.
Good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Savarna, and the Executive Cabinet. My name is Samantha Hernandez, and I'm the student body representative from Shore High School. Today, I will be discussing matters from the month of January and the upcoming month of February. I'd like to apologize in advance for having my camera off. I just had practice, and I'm kind of sweaty, so I'm sorry. I'm happy to say that we have an exciting night coming up this Friday. We were waiting for approval and we finally got it. So it's officially this Friday is our winter homecoming. It's also our senior night for our basketball players, our varsity basketball players. And it's also a rivalry game. So it's going to be very exciting and you guys are invited to come out and support. For the week of homecoming, we had a spirit week. We had Mickey Monday where you would dress up in Disney clothes. Yeah, Disney clothes. So people wore like Mickey ears, shirts, and stuff to express their Disney spirit. And then Tuesday we had anything but a backpack. There were kids that brought popcorn buckets. They brought, I think someone brought a whole cage where they put their animal in, and there was a bunch of cool stuff that day. And then on Wednesday we had Wake Up Wednesday, where people just wore PJs. We find that's the most day that people participate, and it was today. I believe like even more than half of the school was wearing PJs today. And then we had tomorrow we have Throwback Thursday where you dress up from any decade. And then Friday we have Battles of Classes where seniors wear green, juniors wear white, sophomores wear yellow, and freshmen wear black to represent their class. And you wear it to the game so that all our colors represent our school colors. We have our ASBs using decorating posters and backdrops so people can take pictures with at the game. We're preparing for Friday with lights, inflatables, and all different decorations that we can put up at the game. Our varsity cheer and song team won state champs in Ontario the last weekend. We're very proud of them for that. Our varsity girls water polo is won 13th place, I think, in the SoCal Championship tournament. Our girls varsity soccer won 3-0 yesterday versus San Gabriel. We have a pep rally during nutrition this Friday to honor our winter athletes. Renaissance, which is like a leadership program we have at school, we'll be giving goodie bags to our varsity athletes with Gatorades and snacks to thank them for everything and I don't know the word, for them to for all their hard work, because the games have been back to back and everyone's really tired, and I can tell you myself as an athlete, I'm exhausted. But we're really proud of them. So they'll be getting goodie bags on Friday. And our clubs and programs are selling Valentine's Day grams to fundraise money for their clubs and their programs. That's all the updates I have during this time. Are there any questions from the board members?
I don't hear any questions.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing, Samantha.
Thank you, Samantha. Next up, we have Aranza.
Can you see me? Sorry. Sorry. Okay.
It's okay. We can see you.
Good evening, Madam President Urime, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Scavana, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Ana Delgado, and I am the student body president for Val High School. This month of December, before going on break, we had a spirit week. Monday was holiday PJ day, peppermint swirl Tuesday. Wednesday was that holiday look. Thursday was holiday sock day, and Friday was ho ho Merry Christmas. In that month, we sold candy cane grams, and our sales were very successful. We hosted Christmas activities for the last week before winter break, but followed COVID guidelines for our safety and students. Some activities were guessing the candy cane flavor and the quickest to build a gingerbread man. We are currently working on our Valentine's Spirit Week for this month. We're hoping to sell flower grams, but also getting ready and planning our prom. And we are hoping to start selling prom tickets by the end of February. We're going to start working on grad night pretty soon, since we want to make sure everything is perfect for our real students and a memorable day. That concludes my presentations. Thank you for your time and attention. Is there any questions for me?
I don't hear any questions, but thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you to all our student board members for being here tonight and sharing all the amazing things you guys are doing on your campuses. And that concludes this evening's student board reports, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Garland. We'll move on to item number 4, the presentation on the annual English learners. I would like to call on Dr. Ewan.
Hi, good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and community members. Tonight, our English learners team will present our annual English learners presentation. At this time, I would like to introduce to you our new Director of English Learners, Equity and Innovation, Mr. Miguel Valencia.
Good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, Superintendent Scarvarna, Dr. Ewan, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Miguel Valencia. I am your new Director of English Learner Equity and Innovations. I would like to introduce Alvaro Frausto, who will present the annual English Learner data. Thank you. Mr. Frausto.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alvaro Frausto. I'm the program specialist, the proud program specialist in support of the EL programs. I just want to thank everyone for allowing us to share this important presentation in regards to our English learners. Next. First, it is important to know who an English learner is as defined by the California Department of Education. An English learner is a student in transitional kinder through grade 12 from whom there is a report of a language other than English on the home language survey, and who upon the initial assessment in California using an appropriate state assessment, currently the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, the ALPAC, and prior it was to the 2017-18 school year, the California English Language Development Test, CELT, and from additional information when appropriate, it is determined to lack the clearly defined English language skills of listening, speaking, reading, or writing necessary to succeed in the school's regular instructional programs. Next. As this presentation will be posted on the Montebello Unified's website, we have provided a glossary of key words to reference when reviewing this presentation. Next. Thank you. What do we know about our English learners in Montebello Unified School District? Currently, there are 32 different languages spoken in our district. Here is a breakdown on the diverse languages which we support in our district. Next. Moving on, this graph represents the district student demographics by ethnicity at all levels, elementary, intermediate, high schools. As you note, there are currently 23,092 students in our district. Thank you. Here, it is important to note the number of English learners in special education at all levels. The graph shows ELs in special education as compared to all other English learners. And later on in this presentation, I'll discuss the part of equity that we're trying to provide in our district to support our students, our English learners, and in special education. Thank you. Now, taking a closer look, we've provided our English learners by disability. And again, this is going to be an important part when I do reference one of the newer state assessments that we're currently administering this year. Thank you. Now, this part of the graph, this slide is for English learners enrolled at the elementary school levels. So as you can see here, the graph is broken down by the number of ELs and the percentage of ELs at the school site. We have a total of, in the elementary schools, and our 17 elementary schools, including Rosewood Park School, we have a total of 3,603 English learners with a percentage of composition of 40% at the elementary levels. Thank you. Here now we're taking a look, including Rosewood Park again, we're taking a look at English learners enrolled at the intermediate level. We have a total of 1,546 English learners with a composition breakdown of 32%. And finally, we have the English learners at our high school levels. As you can see here, we have 1,905 total English learners at the high school level with a percentage of 25%, the total district. Okay, our English learners are assessed with the English language proficiency assessments. And it's important to note that the LPAC is the required state language proficiency that students must be, that given to students whose primary language is a language other than English. And federal law requires that local educational agencies administer a state eligible students in kinder through grade 12. And it is the LPAC, and it is aligned to the 2012 California English Language Development Standards. And it consists of two types of separate assessments. It is the initial LPAC, summative LPAC, and I will review the alternate LPAC for our students, our English learners with disabilities, and it assesses listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Next. The newest language proficiency assessment is the alternate LPAC, new to this school year. The alternate LPAC is for any student in TK through age 22 who is an English learner, has a significant cognitive disability, needs extensive direct individualized instruction, and substantial supports to achieve measurable gains in grade level curriculum. The alternate LPAC must be written into a student's IEP. Also, let me add that the district is looking through stakeholder feedback, providing our ELs in special education with the revised reclassification criteria. Thank you. Now we will focus on understanding the English language proficiency assessments for California. And this is the alignment that schools will always monitor on behalf of our English learners. And as if you note, the ELD standards go from emerging, expanding, and bridging. And it's important here to note the levels for both of the assessments in the initial LPAC and the summative LPAC. So if you notice this, for the summative LPAC, you have 4 levels, which the result, it scores the beginning of proficiency, English proficiency, level 2 of somewhat developed, level 3 moderately developed, level 4, which is our goal of well developed, for English learners that have not reclassified and continue to take the LPAC. As you can see, there's also the levels for initial LPAC, and that is when a student on the English learner on the very first assessment scores proficient on that examination. Thank you. And now it's important here, and as this presentation is posted on the Montebello Unified website, if you go onto the presentation and click the reclassification criteria bold section, you will be able to view our revised reclassification criteria, which there are 4 criteria components. There's the assessment of English language proficiency. We have the LPAC. We'll now have the alternate LPAC, which the ETS, the agency monitoring that, will be coming up with new threshold results sometime in May. We have the teacher evaluation, the important component of parent guardian opinion and consultation, and the comparison of student performance and basic skills. But in this slide, what I want to emphasize is that for 2020-21 and 21-22, there were revisions to the MUSD's reclassification criteria, and they were made to more accurately reflect student language acquisition status. And I want to thank all the work and collaboration from all our stakeholders, parents, DLAC, and schools in support of revising our criteria these past 2 years, where the focus is now, like I mentioned, on student language acquisition. As you recall, there is the removal of the algebra requirement and other content with the exception of ELA and ELD. And this is comparable to other districts. And again, the focus is on language. And this will support our reclassification efforts of our English learners. And here, what I'm proud to say here on this graph is that our schools have done a tremendous job, not only assessing our ELs, but reclassifying our students despite all the challenges these recent years. And as you can tell here, in this 3-year analysis of the reclassification rates for our district, from 2018 to 2019, we had reported 170 students that were reclassified, redesignated, 480 the following year, and now 500. And the promising note that I'm excited as someone who likes to look at data is that we will now have a revised criteria moving forward, and the plans for revised criteria to support our students in special education as well. So this next slide clearly shows, and we shared this as well last year, that our reclassified students are outperforming our English-only students on the Smarter Balanced summative assessments. As you can tell here, just take a look at the 3-year analysis because there's no data available for the 2019-20 school year. But for the 2020-21 school year, you have a total of 58, a little bit above 58% of students that were RFEP, that were reclassified, met or exceeded the English language arts on the Smarter Balanced, as compared to a little bit over 53% of English only. If you look over the math comparables, it was quite similar in that respect. And that seems to be a California trend in that data as well. But again, the emphasis here is that what all the schools have been doing to support, and there's still a lot of work to be done, of course. I want to make sure that caveat is explained in support of our English learners. Next one. And here now, this is vital to highlight just the collaborative work to support and advance our English learners. The first thing I can mention, not only do we now have an EL director and we're growing the team to support our English learners, but we have number one, it states that the MUSD received a 3-year grant to provide professional learning to teachers at all levels focused on designated and integrated ELD, including support for our dual immersion academy teachers. And we're looking also into supporting our special education teachers also with supporting goals for our students in special education. Also, we have professional learning, provide LTALs, our long-term English learners at the high schools with evidence-based strategies using avid acceleration of English. Those are professional learning sessions provided to the teachers so they could have sound practices embedded in evidence-based strategies in support of our students and in the high school levels. And lastly here, just to ensure that data is inputted for all English learners correctly at all levels in our district's Power School and ready to upload on CalPads. And why that is important is this will assist us in identifying the targeted support necessary to advance our English learners and to increase our reclassification rates. We want to make sure, and I know I'm addressing a question from last year, we want to make sure that the schools are doing their part in monitoring English learners and providing timely evidence-based strategies and interventions as well, because we want to make sure those students that are close to reclassifying are supported throughout this whole process. And lastly, these are some of the next steps in support of our English learners. It's just continue to monitor English learners at the schools, RFIPs and EL typologies. By this, it's important to understand that there's not just one English learner. There are newcomers, they're at-risk students at becoming long-term learner, ELs, apologies. There's long-term English learners, there's EL students in special education. So it's critical to understand how best to monitor them with timely interventions. There's professional learning continues at all levels through our grant with Our Rise, our work with AVID as well. And just that EL data remains at the forefront at schools and district levels. So, I have witnessed just a tremendous support right now that is going on in support of our English learner, either through assessment or providing timely, like I mentioned, timely interventions. And English learners are prioritized for interventions and resources. And just that the reclassification rates increase and EL goals are monitored at the school sites. And that's a key thing in mentioning not only at the school sites, but with our parent communities parent community groups as well. So I just wanted to thank everyone for their time and attention, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Go ahead, Board Member Magaña.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to thank you all for your hard work and your presentation. Thank you for being so enthusiastic about this program. I really do appreciate it as an English learner myself. I understand a lot of the struggles, and I think our entire board feels very strongly about the education of all of our students. And I think that you guys are, you're all doing a great job. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Magaña. Those words, thank you for those kind words.
Clerk Cabrera.
Hi, I just have a quick question regarding the jump in reclassification in the past years. Is that due to monitoring being stronger? Like, can you briefly, and I might have missed it, but can you briefly explain the increase in reclassification, which I think is great, but I'm just wondering what led to that increase?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. A lot of it at all the levels just depends on the timely interventions that's being done on behalf. Now we're taking in the context of what happened with the closures, but it's just a tremendous work. And I know you've witnessed that at the school sites that's being done by the support, the principals, their support teams, the teachers, and making sure these students are identified, their levels are identified properly. That's why we mentioned about the data. There's certain things that we are still improving, but I think the schools have done a great effort, because I do pride myself in looking at data as well. But understanding, I've worked at the school sites for about 15 years, just seeing everything that's being done on behalf of the students and being monitored as well. As you know, our English learners have to be monitored. They're part of our goals at every school sites on the school plans. And I just think that that effort really has helped out the rates. And now it's promising going forward that we removed several of the obstacles for reclassification that will now increase these numbers. And I always take a look at 2 to 3 years, it'll make an impact. But just knowing that the reclassification criteria is now solely focused on English language, I think that will help out. But it's just the tremendous school that the district provides, the board provides as well to the schools is what's supporting our reclassification efforts and rates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one question. How often do staff meet with parents and students to go over the requirements that they need in order to reclassify?
Yeah, thank you. I believe a lot of that work takes place with the TOSAs and program specialists when they're presenting at the SSC meetings, the ELAC meetings as well. We do our part with the DLAC members. I can't say too much about our DLAC members. They're awesome in terms of we provide that training to them. They can filter it over to the school sites, but there's deadlines in terms of the compliance, in terms of how they have to present that type of work. Reclassification is a key thing that you present at and I'm speaking from experience at the ELAC meetings and making sure everyone's aware of the reclassification efforts and making sure now that, because I do recall a lot of the parents feedback that why do we put algebra, why do we put history, science, when we do want to have a total picture or profile of the students, how they're progressing, but the reclassification criteria should be focused on English. And there's a lot of work being done by the TOSAs and program specialists to let parents know this is the reclassification. And they also, in turn, have to also train the teachers as well. This is the reclassification. This is where we're trying to do that. Because if you notice the criteria, we have the teacher component and we also have the parent consultation. So I hope that due diligence is being done at the school site, which I've witnessed before, and that will always support us. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Fausto and Mr. Valencia, for giving a great presentation on our English learners. And thank you so much for all the support you do for our English learners.
Of course. Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Before we move on, if I may add one more thing, I do want to just publicly thank Alvaro and Sitlali. They've done a tremendous job helping to clean up a lot of the data. And the importance of that is really so that we can identify who our English learners are and provide them with the services that they need. And also funding is tied to that. And then finally, we're held accountable to some of our data that we report to the state. So the fact that we're cleaning it up helps improve all areas. And the one thing I do want to highlight too is this year, we're actually going to try something new that I don't think has been done before. We're going to train our campus security officers, our classified staff, on English learner shadowing, because they oftentimes go into the classroom and they work with kids. Now they can go in and start looking at our EL students with a different lens to see if they're using language, if they are even speaking enough in the classroom, and they can provide that data to the teacher or to the principal, or even when they pull kids out, they can use some of the strategies that they learn to talk to the student. So we're trying to come at this at all angles and use everyone who comes into interaction with students and train them so that we can increase the achievement of our English learners.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yuen. We'll move on to number 5, our next presentation. And I would like to call on Dr. Yuen.
All right. So good evening again, board members, executive cabinet, and community members. Tonight, our educational services team will present an update to our Accelerated Learning Labs, or ALL or ALL program. Presenting tonight will be Leticia Alvidres, our Director of Educational Services, and Dr. Javier Hernandez, Teacher on Special Assignment for English Language Arts. I do want to share with the board that last Friday, we had the opportunity to present at the CALSA Focus on Results Conference, and we shared the ALL program with educators and administrators from throughout the state. It was a great way to showcase the positive work that is happening in Montebello Unified School District. And today we will share a condensed version of that presentation to provide the board with an update on the ALL program. All right, so tonight we're going to share with you the ALL program, or Accelerated Learning Labs. And before we dive into the program, I do want to share a little context of how this started. Our district has been experiencing declining enrollment for the past 3-4 years, and we lose approximately 1,000 students per year. At the same time, we've not adjusted our staffing to align with our current enrollment. So we are overstaffed. And on the area of certificated, we were approximately 150 teachers overstaffed. Then a tremendous opportunity came with these federal funds called ESSER 3. We received about $77 million to, one, prepare schools for in-person instruction, and two, to help mitigate some of the learning loss that took place during COVID-19. And we know that our students, especially our students in our community, experienced real challenges during distance learning and during COVID-19 with distance learning. And this was a great way to develop a program to help our students who suffered the most during distance learning and help them accelerate their learning so that they can make up some lost ground. So I was very proud of the work that all of our departments in the district did to make this happen. In the area of educational services, we decided to focus on literacy and math. So in the elementary schools, the main focus is on literacy. And then in the secondary schools, it is literacy and math, particularly algebra. And we feel that by focusing on these two subjects, if students can read or if they can pass their classes in English and math, then their self-confidence increases, which ties into student services goal of increasing student self-confidence. During the pandemic, student services administered a panorama survey to students. And in that survey, students indicated that they just felt not confident in school and in passing their classes during this pandemic. So their goal was really student services goal was really to help build students' confidence. At the same time, with these excess teachers, we were able to utilize these funds and place some of our best teachers into these classrooms to help support our students who need the help the most. An interesting note is that many of our teachers, over 60% of our teachers in the ALL program, have over 15 years of experience. So these teachers have the experience, they know what they're doing, and they're the best people to help our struggling students. And from the business services side, they helped allocate monies to pay for the staff, to pay for trainings, and pay for materials and supplies. And also, we were able to move the expenditures away from the general funds and to the grant, which frees up our general funds to pay for other things that grant funds and federal funds can't typically pay for. So I was very proud and excited that the four departments got together, focused on what's best for our students, and developed this program to help our students. And finally, the purpose of the ALL program is really, it was a response to the impact of distance learning. We have 80% or more students on free and reduced lunch. We have close to 40% students who are English learners. Our students struggled a lot. Even though we gave them one-to-one devices and one-to-one hotspots, there were still some issues and there were still some challenges with students being engaged. So this is a real opportunity for us to help accelerate these students' learning. It's also a way for us to close inequities. We know that our students suffered the most. And as a district, we have a district-wide focus on literacy, and what better use of these funds to support that. Finally, is preventative. During this year, if any student falls or meets the profile of an ALL student, we can put them into the program, get them caught up, and then exit them out. And finally, our students deserve it. They deserve nothing but the best, and we're so happy and proud that we have this program for them. So I want to hand this off to Ms. Alvidres and Dr. Hernandez, who will talk a little bit more about the ALL and share some results with you.
Good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, Dr. Skvarna, and members of the executive cabinet. I'm just really delighted to be here with you this evening. And I just want to mention before I share the details of the initiative is that I joined Educational Services in July, as well as Dr. Hernandez. And at this time, when we joined, we had the staff, and we had a purpose. And our purpose is really just to accelerate the learning of students as they return from distance learning. And, thanks to the trust of the board and the trust of our superintendent, Dr. Skvarna, we also have the freedom of design. And we are very proud of the program and super excited to present the details of the initiative with you. So what makes the ALL program just something that's transformational, something different, an appropriate response to the unfinished learning of our students, rather than maybe a traditional intervention? Well, as we go through the presentation, these 5 components are the components that we recognize as being really transformational, not independent of itself, but in combination. And so it involves all of our 29 schools. We have 108 expert and talented teachers, and we have over 1,300 students that participate in a accelerated learning lab on a daily basis. This initiative goes across first grade all the way to 11th grade. It's a during the day intervention. It's something that we capture the kids when we have them. We are able to provide this direct instruction during the day. And another component is a station rotation. And all those station rotations, literacy centers, it's a strategy or a way of learning that is very familiar to our elementary school sites. But it's very new to our secondary school sites, and our teachers have been very receptive. We've been providing professional learning, but we really believe the station rotation, that element of 3 components, routine components on a daily basis, will lead to the literacy success of our students. Dr. Hernandez will share our ongoing assessing and how we're monitoring the students in this program. And then lastly, just the support of all admin support at the elementary level. So the concept of having some of our district administrators and support staff be assigned to elementary schools has been a support to our elementary schools and the implementation of this program. Next slide, thank you. So as we began this initiative, we really knew that this was a new approach, and we really wanted to make sure that we had a target in place. What were we going to measure? So if we did this, this would happen, right? So our goal is that within 6 months or 6 months of being in the program, that the students would demonstrate at least 1 year's growth in either reading or math. And this is something that we're starting to look at. We've completed our iReady assessment, and we are in the final stages of completing our STAR assessment. And so we are starting to determine how many of our students have met our SMART goal. As we developed our goal, we knew, okay, if we do this, if this is what we want the goal to be, how do we get there? Right, so we established 3 areas that we really felt that we could influence. The first was just the instructional practices, right, and providing that targeted student instruction on a daily basis, including our parents in this initiative and program, and also, like Dr. Yoon mentioned, really increasing the student confidence. Panorama data had demonstrated that we really needed to help support the confidence levels of our students. And so we felt that if we increase their literacy levels, that it would have a direct impact on their student confidence. So with that, in order to support our areas of influence, we developed 3 change ideas, and our teachers are experts. They know what they're doing. But we really wanted to create at least some uniformity across 1st through 11th grade. And so these are the 3 change ideas that exist within our all labs. And so we have station rotation, which are those structured literacy routines. We're providing student feedback. So we're engaging our students in student data chats. And it looks different depending on where you are, what site you visit. Sometimes you'll see this feedback on a wall, on a board being posted. Sometimes it's an individual conversation with the student, but these data chats are happening. Students know where they are and where they need to go. And then lastly, focus parent workshops around literacy. So we've engaged with some community partners that are helping to support our aim in increasing students' growth. All right. So in addition to like our theory of change or our goal, as Dr. Yoon mentioned, a large majority of our teachers have 17 or more years of experience, but the pandemic and this predictable unfinished learning and the intentionality to develop and support the change ideas required us to provide professional learning for our students. So here you'll see our accelerated learning lab schedule. We meet on a monthly basis with our all teachers, Sometimes we can combine the work and we meet as a unit across the board, which is wonderful. We get to see all our teachers, 1st through 11th grade. And then sometimes, depending on the professional learning that's being provided, we will split the groups. Our teachers also receive additional hours to do data analysis, to provide parent engagement, and professional learning. So the data analysis will happen at the school site level. Parent engagement can sometimes include just calling a parent, providing a workshop, going over result assessments with parents, and then the professional learning and collaboration will happen collectively as a group, and sometimes that professional learning will occur on site. Next, Dr. Hernandez will go over the main component of our program, which is the teaching and the learning.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Scarvana, and executive cabinet members. I will describe the teaching and learning approach to our initiative, beginning broadly and then sharing some key details. Proceed to the next slide. Thank you. One change idea within our ALO initiative is small group instruction. The purpose of this program is to address, as Ms. Alvidrez suggested, is unfinished learning caused by the distance learning during this pandemic. In our district, we designed 2 models to target this unfinished learning for our students through small group direct instruction. First, at the elementary level, the approach is a pull-out program where teachers facilitate learning for groups of 8 to 10 students. These learning sessions are typically for 45 to 60 minutes. And so within a day, an ALL teacher supports the learning of 48 to 60 students. A critical caveat is that students are not pulled out of class during ELA or math. Disrupting learning during ELA or math would defeat the purpose of this initiative to accelerate student learning. At the secondary level, the model is slightly different. Instead of a pull-out program, ALL educators teach courses where students are rostered for ELA and algebra or math. These are not electives. The ALL teacher facilitates learning focused on providing access to the core curriculum within a setting that has 15 students per section. Before proceeding to the next section of this presentation, I want to acknowledge the critical, unique, and admirable tasks that we've asked our ALL teachers to engage in. And that is to accelerate the learning of specific students in our district. That is not an easy task. So I want to commend them for their professionalism and their commitment to our students. Next slide, please. I shared the overall structure of our ALL classrooms. Now I want to focus on the details of teaching and learning, or the teaching and learning approach within our ALL program, essentially the nuts and bolts. As you can see in this classifying map, we at Ed Services want clarity in terms of the curriculum, instruction, and assessment in our ALL learning spaces. Because of the unique tasks we've asked these educators to engage in. In terms of curriculum, each model dictates what materials we are using. At the elementary level, the focus is on foundational skills and reading comprehension. We've invested in results, VPST, SIPs, and guided reading libraries, as well as a digital curriculum. At the secondary level, since teachers are using the core curriculum, a big investment has been on providing digital apps for them to be able to support their students. Now I'd like to describe how teachers facilitate learning for our ALL classrooms. At the elementary level, the instructional focus is twofold. Drawing from the National Reading Panel's findings, our teachers are providing systematic, structured instruction on the foundational skills of phonemic awareness, phonics, word recognition, and fluency. In addition, ALL teachers support the development of reading comprehension skills through guided reading or small group strategy lessons. These are 2 key components identified as imperative to develop strong readers. At the secondary level, teachers are creating opportunities to access the core curriculum, which is a challenging task when facilitating learning for students with literacy and mathematical skills below grade level. To accomplish this, our objective is to use a learner-centered approach to teaching of literacy and math. LL teachers build and strengthen their relationships with students in these unique and small learning spaces. This is paramount. As teachers create a space for learning, they can assist and scaffold adolescent students' academic skills. In the next slide, I will share more about the blended learning model. So far, if you can go back to the previous slide, please. I have shared that the what and the how in terms of our program. However, as a learning organization, the next step is to determine the impact of this initiative in advancing student learning. Our assessment tools are iReady for 1st through 8th grade and STAR for our high school students. Can you advance to the next slide, please? As mentioned previously about small group instruction, we are implementing a blended learning / station rotation model. This approach, as Ms. Alvarez mentioned, is mostly familiar to our elementary teachers. In fact, this model is a paradigm shift for our secondary LL teachers. We recognize this challenge, and thus we are supporting them in this process through professional learning this year and currently planning additional PD for next year. So why did we select this model that has a teacher-led station, a digital curriculum, and a small group instructional piece for peer-to-peer? There are multiple reasons. In the teacher-led station, LL teachers provide targeted instruction, access to the core within what Vygotsky refers to the zone of proximal development. The teaching is slightly above the student's current skill set and advances their learning, the objective of this initiative. Through this socially interactive space, similar to a coach, the teacher can check for understanding, intervene during these sessions, and most critical, provide timely feedback. So that teacher-led station is the crux of this model. To add, within the teacher-led station, this approach allows students to experience success, mastery of skills, and content. This leads to an increase in student self-efficacy. A daunting task of learning to read and mastering algebra or mathematical concepts in general now feels more attainable through this process. Another reason for this model is the use of digital curriculum to differentiate teaching and learning, which is this other station on the lower right. Although LL teachers group students together with similar skills, there is still a variance within those students in terms of their skill sets. The digital curriculum provides instructional lessons that are catered and adapted to each student. If needed, the teacher can also assign specific lessons for their students. The second station also presents a very important opportunity for independent reading, which research indicates that the more students read, the more they develop their vocabulary and increase in terms of reading comprehension. Lastly, which is this third station on the lower left, we know that learning is a social phenomenon. The third station is an opportunity for students to socially construct knowledge. Based on feedback from our LL teachers, we know that this is an area of growth for us. Teachers would like more professional development around ideas for this third station, but also thinking about how do we support students in collaborating with their peers. We know that students have experience collaborating with each other outside of school. Now, what can we do as educators to tap into that experience and that knowledge? Next slide, please. And so in terms of our assessment timeline or our assessment system, as you can see here, window number 1 is what we use to screen potential students for our program. And window 2 and window 3 are typical windows that you would find in any type of assessment system within schools. The difference for the ALL program is that we're monitoring halfway through or even before. And so this monitoring piece is important to be able to identify if students are making progress, and if they are, is there a need to exit them from the program and then service other students? And so we are able to monitor them between window 1 and 2, and then window 2 and 3. That is something that is different, again, in terms of assessment systems. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, in terms of our entrance and exit criteria, in order to participate in our program or to receive an invitation, we invited students in first and second grade who were 2 or 3 years below grade level on the iReady diagnostic assessment for first and second graders. And for third and 11th graders, or third through 11th graders, we invited students who were 3 or 4 years below on the iReady diagnostic or the STAR assessment. Understanding that we want students to make progress and to accelerate their learning, we also established an exit criteria. We don't want students to be in our program for an extended period of time if it's not necessary. We want to be able to service as many students as we can. So if a student improves 1 grade level according to a diagnostic assessment, whether it's iReady, the BPST, STAR, or Reading Plus, we are able to make a decision or at the site between the teachers who are part of the LL program, the LL administrator, and the classroom teacher. They can make a decision of whether or not to exit a student. And then finally, another piece that's important for us is to be able to communicate and inform our parents about why their child has been invited to participate in our program, but also share with them why they have exited the program. And so we know that parents are a critical role in terms of the education of their children. And so we want them to be informed as much as possible. Next slide, please. And so here what we're able to see, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of we're a learning organization, and so we're always looking at data and reflecting on that data. And here what you see is assessment data district-wide for iReady. And so during window number 1, which is at the beginning of the year, we were able to identify that 32% of our students were 3 or more grade levels below, first through 8th grade. And then by the second window, which is currently finishing now, 25% of students were 3 or more grade levels below. So what this means is that students are making progress. We want students to exit this band because that means they're getting closer to grade level, reaching grade level standards or grade level achievement. But on the other side of the spectrum, we're also able to see that at the beginning of the year, 15% in reading were at mid or above grade level. And this time around, we have 25 or 23%. So we want to be able to continue this momentum. And so we see a very similar pattern in math as well. At the beginning of the year, we had 34% of our students who were below grade level, and now we have only 25. We want to continue to move students out of this band so that, again, they're making progress towards achieving grade level standards. And then finally, in terms of mid and above grade level, we had 8% in window 1. Now we have 15%. Next slide, please. And so as Ms. Alvidrez mentioned, one of the things that we're currently working on is gathering data specific to our LL classrooms. And so our preliminary data that we're collecting, we hope to finish by the end of February, where we're able to identify the number of students that have exited the program. We're able to identify how much growth students have made within the last several months. So we're excited and know, anecdotally, we know that students are doing very well and they're making progress. And so now we're looking forward to having the data to be able to support the anecdotal evidence that we currently have. Thank you very much.
All right, so Dr. Hernandez discussed the what and the how of the program, and the last section of this presentation is just to present the who. So in our design model, we were really intentional about who we intended to support in this program. We wanted to make sure that the profile was straightforward and was based on the assessments that were being delivered to the students. So as Dr. Hernandez shared, we had established some entry criteria that was based on iReady and STAR. We also wanted to be really careful in making sure that this program was not tracking students. We wanted it to be fluid grouping. We wanted students to enter when they were demonstrating a need to enter the program, but we also wanted them to exit when they were showing progress. They were showing progress. And lastly, okay, oh, there it goes. Oh, if you can go back to the last slide, Dr. Eden. Thank you. And lastly, we wanted to make sure that the makeup of these labs were a reflection of the general demographic that was represented in the schools. So if a school had a 10% population of SPED students and a 20% population of English language learners, that the makeup of these labs were very similar, right? We wanted to make sure that they remained what they were intended to be, which were literacy labs in support of reading and math. Next slide. Okay. Because we have some videos and voices that we also brought to you. So it's
Sorry, give me 1 second. I had something happen.
Our presentation is full of media, so we just want to make sure that you're able to see everything. Okay, so the role of the all teachers. So as you know, this is a full-time instructional assignment for our teachers at the elementary and secondary levels. We really wanted these sections to be protected time and not to be seen as like maybe somebody who could support other areas. We wanted to make sure that the students were experiencing their labs on a daily level, on a daily basis. The role of the all teachers is to provide, small group targeted instruction with structured literacy routines using either core or supplemental materials. This is a really very different experience for our elementary teachers. Our elementary teachers traditionally have their set of students that they see from the start of the day till the end of the day. Now our elementary teachers who are participating in all can see upwardly up to from 40 to 60 kids on a daily basis to provide this intervention. Two, again, we mentioned the monitoring the student progress and providing that feedback to students, and then also collaborating with the all administrator for program needs and to increase that parent engagement. And if you can simply see that 1, 2, 3 are the change ideas that were presented earlier. We have 108 teachers. Oh, if you could just go back really quick. We have 108 teachers. Half of them are elementary literacy teachers. Another third of them are secondary ELA focused teachers, and the remaining portion of that are secondary math teachers. All right, next slide, Dr. Yu. So as mentioned earlier, one of the transformational components of all program was assigning each elementary 1 to 5 days of admin or support staff or of admin support to help the launch and implementation of this program. And depending on the size, the existing support was anywhere from 1 day to 5 days. Our all school administrator dedicates the time to implement the program, to support the all parent engagement for student learning. And then also, we have needs at our school sites, and our all administrators are there also to assist with any day-to-day operations that might be requested by the school site principal. But I would be remiss not to mention other supports, personnel supports that we have. We have our assistant director, Teresa Granados, and her team of math TOSAs, Rosa Stark and Tisha Carbajal, who are supporting the math professional learning and support with assessments. We also have Dr. Scott Walker, who is a assigned all administrator at 2 of our school sites, at Montebello Park Elementary and Winter Gardens Elementary, but he also supports with assisting with acquiring instructional materials for our all teachers. And lastly, Principal McKernan, at that time, while at Ed Services, was really critical and such an important person in helping develop this program. So I just wanted to make mention of those folks as well. All right, thank you, Dr. Yu. And, as mentioned before, one of the critical components and the success of the program is our parent engagement piece. COVID has impacted the launch or the way that we visualize this to go, but we're pivoting, we're going with it. Our liaison for the parent engagement is the all administrator or the all support staff at each of the school sites. They help parents receive information about student progress and the assessments. They're providing a virtual space at the moment. And then many of our schools are connecting with the with the Parent Education Bridge for Student Achievement Foundation to provide very specific professional or workshops, parent workshops that the schools have contracted out. But as a district, we have provided the Latino Family Literacy Project for our elementary levels and looking to explore that partnership to extend itself into the intermediate level. But we wanted to make sure that you did not only hear from us, but that we also brought some voices to you. And here we have a parent voice that we'd like to share with you this evening.
Hi, my name's Anush. My daughter's name is Natalia. She's in 7th grade. She's in Mrs. Torres's ALL class. So just to give a little background, Natalia throughout all her elementary schools struggled. She was pulling D's, sometimes failing completely. It got to the point where I was just happy if she brought home a C. So fast forward, we get through the pandemic. She starts school this year, and then we get informed that she's going to be part of this ALL program. So from the first day of school through first quarter, by the end of first quarter, Natalia had straight A's, not just A's in ALL program. That confidence and that motivation spilled over, and I am super grateful for this program to Mrs. Torres, LMI, and MUSD. Thank you.
And I appreciate that our parent addresses the fact about, that confidence and that anecdotal evidence that we're getting. The parent sees and notices the confidence that is building within her child as she participates in this program. So we also wanted to bring to you both.
My name is
Hello, my
Ivan
name's Eric
Jaime, and
Hayes.
I am in 10th grade at the.
Hi, my name is Flora.
My name is.
Okay, we also wanted to bring to you some student voices and teachers' voices. And quite honestly, I just want to say, Dr. Hernandez and I met with the team last week, and we just we left it very open-ended and said, please just share your experiences with us. We'd like to share how this has been for you with our community. And that is all we said. So this is what they have to say about their involvement in the ALL program.
Cassidy Carranza. I teach ELA, 10th and 11th grade, all sections at the ATC. What I love most about the ALL initiative is the small, intimate class sizes. I'm able to really connect with individuals on a deeper level, get to know more about their personal stories, their lives outside of school, connect with them in reading conferences. And it just enables me as an educator to give these kids the unique, individualized experience that every kid deserves. I also see these kids speaking up more and finding their voice more when they sometimes would get lost in a class of 30 or 40. So that's very special as well.
I'm Torres. I currently work at La Merced Intermediate School with 6th and 7th grade students teaching English language arts for the ALL program. I enjoy having a small class size this year of 15, being able to provide immediate feedback, the one-on-one conferencing, which is ongoing and consistent, rotations throughout the day, being able to provide my students with multiple exposure to different key standards. Hearing the equity of voice within the classroom, all students are engaged and they're using academic language, collaborating with one another. But most of all, my favorite part is the student-teacher relationships and also teacher-parent relationships that are fostered. What has helped is the thirds of time, being able to have direct instruction, rotations, and utilization of the programs that have been provided by the district, such as iReady and Reading.
ATC. I enjoy all class because it's smaller. I am able to focus more. I'm easily distracted with more people, and it's just better for me because I can focus on doing work and not getting distracted. I usually like, I guess, being around people, but I'd rather do this because it's more beneficial for me because I can get better grades and focus on myself.
And I am an 8th grader from Lomerstead Intermediate. The things that I enjoy about AAL class is that it helps me with my time management. Since there's less people in the class moves more fast-paced, and it also helped me with my vocabulary since now I use more sophisticated words. And this class also helped me with my attention span since there's less people, I get called on more, and it helps me from dozing off in the middle of the class.
So we had so many more entries from our teachers and students, and we wish we could have shared them all with you, but we will be rolling them out on our social media just because I just, as I listen to them, it just really is showing us how our students are really appreciative of the services and the attention that they're getting, and how our teachers are appreciating the support, this time with students. And as educators, I think we just all appreciate that this is a collective and shared responsibility, and we are all in this together, and it really shows. And I just feel so fortunate to be a part of this program, working with this group of wonderful, dedicated teachers. And Dr. Hernandez and I have had the opportunity to visit many of our ALL classrooms, and students are feeling celebrated. They're feeling, they look forward to going to their all classes. I remember one student said to me that he wishes he could spend all day in his all class. And so, it's just an investment that we're making for our students, and it, quite honestly, they deserve this, and they need it. And so thank you so much for supporting this initiative and for allowing us to be a part of it.
I just want to quickly say thank you so much for this amazing presentation. I love the data, and I loved the visuals and the testimonies from the parent, from the students, and from the teachers. Thank you so much for that. Board members, are there any comments or questions you have? I see Board Member Magaña. Go ahead.
Hi, excuse me. I also wanted to thank you all for the hard work and dedication. Ms. Alvidrez, you're such an excellent choice to have on this team. I can see the passion. Again, I'm so grateful for anyone that's invested that in our students, and I can hear it in your voice and your presentation, and I've heard nothing but great things. Dr. Hernandez, thank you so much for your hard work and your dedication, to all of our teachers, to the parents, to the students. But I really want to thank Dr. Scavarna for having the initiative and for bringing the AAO program together. It was his idea, and I think we can all see the amazing results and the progress. So thank you so much, Dr. Scavarna, for thinking about all of this and just making our district such a better place. Thank you so much. And it really does make me happy that to hear that students are more confident. That's just music to my ears. That changes their perspective, that gives them a voice, that gives them the confidence to ask more questions. And that will really have a positive impact in their lives, both at school and outside of school. And I could see that that's going to really have a positive impact in their future. So again, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing more presentations, more data, and more videos. So thank you.
Vice President Ramirez.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to thank you all so much for all that information. I really appreciate the deep dive into the program, and I really look forward to looking into the data and how you pivot and use that data to make better decisions and to adjust the program to meet the students' needs. I forgot who said it, but one of you scared me with like, oh, we're here with students and exposing them to multiple. And I was like, whoa, what happened? Whoa, what are you talking about? And then, you continued on with the conversation, and I was like, okay, relax, it's okay. So, I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing. As a teacher, I know how valuable these routines and these processes are for our students to learning and really building those habits and feeling confident. So I really appreciate all the work that all of you are doing. Thank you.
Clerk Cabrera.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much. What my colleagues have said, definitely, I want to echo it. I think it was very detailed. I don't have any questions about the data that was being presented. And I also look forward to the final data, that it seems like maybe some assessments are still happening, but I'm really excited to kind of look at a full year eventually. I guess, want to propose kind of like a wondering or some things that we should be thinking about, in terms of what we're learning, right? From all, for example, the student station rotations, the family engagement, and the impact that I know we're already seeing, thinking about that and how can we share these successes, best practices that could, hopefully also be used in other classrooms, not just in all classrooms. I know it's happening in other classrooms too, but just making it more accessible for everyone to learn from the successes that this program is having. So I would just encourage us to think about that and how can we share those with other classrooms, admin, maybe even across schools, so that we can all, like you said, we're all in this together, learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, presentation on the Revenue and Expense Committee report. I would like to call on Ms. Adela Gonzalez.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Gutierrez and board members, Executive Cabinet, Dr. Scarvana, esteemed colleagues, and members of the public. My name is Adela Gonzalez. I am an executive assistant for Montebello Unified and secretary for CSEA Executive Board. I'm here today to give you an update on the Revenue and Expense Committee. Excuse me. Let me start first by telling you who is on this committee. The committee is represented by the following organizations: AMSA, MTA, CSEA, and district representatives. We as a committee go over various areas of need in the district: the budget, facilities, technology, and attendance, and/or data recovery and enrollment. We look at the LCAP and the base budgets. The reason for this committee is to make sure that the district needs are being met for district students and staff. In this committee, we receive updates from Budget Department via Mr. Craig Lee, Facilities Department via Dr. Geiger, excuse me, the Technology Department via Mr. Jonathan Chen, Student Services on Attendance, ADA Enrollment via Mr. James Sams. Each report helps this committee to understand the reasons for expenditures and where the monies are allocated from and for those expenditures, excuse me. This committee also looks at budgets and the revenue that is generated from the enrollment. Currently, we have been looking at the purchases that have been made for schools, sites, furnishings for students' classrooms, and with technology-based equipment for both students and staff. I'm very happy to report that the e-waste pickup was done. There was an e-waste pickup done in December of all old equipment that was long overdue. I believe there's another pickup scheduled for later this school year. Purchases on the PPE items such as air purifiers, masks, gloves, and sanitizers as an ongoing project to provide to students and staff. I'm also happy to report that not only did all teachers receive new computers and laptops, but all classified staff, that is office-based or classroom-based, were provided computers and laptops as well. The classified staff thanks the board for approving the expenditure. Some classified staffs were working on computers that were as old as 10 years old. We get regular updates on facilities on new and continuing projects throughout the district. Currently, there are several finished and unfinished projects going on throughout the district. Our HVAC projects at schools like Sure High School, Greenwood, Washington are completed or near completion. Bell Gardens High School is pending approval so that they can start on their HVAC project. Roofing projects for Montebello High School had been in progress and should have been completed during the winter recess. Washington Elementary, Macy, and La Merced Intermediate had work conducted during the winter recess and hoping to be completed soon. Bell Gardens Elementary is an ongoing project on their new building and hopefully is getting closer and closer to completion. District Office and Procurement also has some roofing projects done, and I believe they should be completed by now. If not, they're about 98% completed. The committee keeps close tabs on the students' enrollment. Enrollment is a major concern in our school district, especially with the charter schools now taking some of our students. We have currently been recruiting. We know that they have currently been recruiting and their numbers have been rising, whereas ours have been depleting. This is a big concern for our Revenue and Expense Committee, but we are keeping close tabs on that. With this concludes my report, and I thank you for your time. And does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez. We'll move on to item number 7. Dr. Yuen, do we have any school service organization reports?
Yes, I see some members here. So first we'll call on Head Start Policy Council, Ms. Irma Avalos.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, Superintendent Mark Scarvana, Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Irma Avalos. I'm the Head Start Policy Council President, and I'm happy to share the following program updates and recently approved items from our recent Policy Council meetings. In December 2021, we reviewed the October program summaries with fiscal expenditures for the Early Head Start and Head Start programs. Also updates on the Board of Education annual reorganization and 2022 calendar of regular and special Board of Education meetings were shared. We also reviewed the vaccine and mask requirements to mitigate the risk of the spread of COVID-19 from the Head Start program's interim final rule with comments. We shared some resources, resources were provided by our Bell Gardens Policy Council community representative. We also reviewed community assessment findings and training on eligibility from the final rule. And then we also launched our training and technical assistance governance survey. And finally, for that month, we had a guest speaker from the Access Dental Plan. In January of 2022, we reviewed the November and December program summaries with fiscal expenditures for Early Head Start and Head Start. We provided an update on enrollment, and then again, resources were provided by our Bell Gardens Policy Council community representative. We reviewed the 2020-2021 MUSD Head Start and Early Learning Program annual report. And we also selected the participants that would attend the National Head Start Association Conference, which will take place in Baltimore, Maryland. And we approved the hiring of an Early Head Start family specialist. We approved the hiring of 1 instructional assistant, and we approved the hiring of a full-time custodian. We also discussed self-assessment training and signups. And finally, training and technical assistance was provided on funding applications and amendments. Our next regular PC meeting is scheduled for February 24th, 2022. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to answer a question that was brought up at the last meeting by board member Liliana Magaña. The question was regarding the kinds of resources that a Head Start family specialist provides. So the family specialist initiates and follows through on family partnership agreements and to help strengthen the needs of each family. And through that process, families share with staff if a particular resource is needed, and then staff compiles resources available in the community and makes those family referrals to appropriate local agencies and organizations, or makes an in-house referral either to a disability specialist, a registered nurse, or a mental health consultant. So I hope that answers that question. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you, and please let me know if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Avalos. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
I would just like to thank you, Ms. Avalos. Thank you for answering my question and getting back to me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you all and have a great evening.
All right, next we have MCPT, Ms. Patricia Torres. I don't think I see her here, and I don't have a report from her. We'll move on to PAC, Ms. Amanda Franco. I don't see her here either. And then finally, DLAC, Ms. Martha Cabral. I don't see her here as well. So that concludes our school service organization reports.
Dr. Yuan, I do see DLAC, Ms. Martha Cabral in the attendees. I'm not sure if she wanted to make a report. I see her hand.
Okay, so yes, so Jonathan, can you give Ms. Martha Cabral the mic?
I just did.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Cabral. You're on right now.
Good evening. I'm here, but at this time, not report.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, employee organization discussion. Dr. Yuan, do you have any employee organization reports?
Yes, there's none for MUSD POA. AMSA, Dr. Gallardo would like to say no report, and he also wishes the board and executive cabinet a happy Valentine's Day. And then we'll move on to MTA, Mr. David Navarre.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I am pleased and happy to report that MTA reached tentative agreement with MUSD on our successor agreement. Improvements in safety, security, and general working conditions will help our students and our members keep safe. A 6% salary increase recognizes the dedication and hard work of educators, especially in these challenging times. On behalf of our membership, I would like to thank the board for your part in reaching this point. MTA held a ratification meeting this past Monday with our members. Voting began yesterday and continues through Monday. If ratified by our membership, I look forward to this board approving this contract. Outstanding still is class size. I could not agree more with the parent, the teachers, and students we heard from this evening. Class size is critical. A small class size is critical for student success. Board member Cabrera said it best. We need to look at the all data, the incredible work the all personnel are doing, and make that available to all of our students. Mostly all of our students have had and are facing challenges. All of our students are deserving of resources that will help them overcome the myriad challenges they face and will help them achieve at the highest level that we know they are capable of. All of our students deserve a small class size. We are currently working under the 2021-2022 Return to School MOU that has class size language. We all recognize that meeting these class size numbers has been a challenge for the district. But class size remains a priority for our members. We know that it is a priority for our parents, our students, and the community as well. Unfortunately, the effects of the pandemic and the challenges it presented to education are real. Even though all of us are trying to support all of our students as best as possible, having a low teacher-student ratio for all students is a powerful intervention now and under non-COVID times as well. We ask that class size continue to be a priority of this board. We do plan to negotiate a class size agreement for next year as soon as possible. I listened to the discussion this board had at their last meeting regarding the A through G requirements. I agree, we need to have the highest expectations of students because they can achieve them. It is our job as educators to open doors for our students and to celebrate their success, especially because we know the challenges they face. We need to do this well. Prior to requiring A through G, we need a strong plan that supports teachers and students so that they are successful at completing A through G requirements. Part of this is maintaining, again, lower class size. We expect our educators, the experts, to be part of the A through G discussion. Let us not close doors to our students until we have in place the institutional supports our students deserve. A central piece to all of this is community schools. The community schools model has proven to raise graduation rates. Community schools lower the racial and economic achievement gap. Community schools are the answer to many of the questions this board raised. The California regulations for community schools are currently being rolled out. I once again urge this board to pass a resolution in support of community schools here in Montebello Unified School District. I will reach out to Dr. Garland, as I know she is the district official leading the work on community schools, and will work collaboratively with her and her team on this endeavor. We at MTA have been working on and developing our capacity so that we are best equipped to make community schools a success for our students, their families, and our community. We are open to inviting members from the community to join us as we develop our organization capacity. It will take a lot of work on behalf of everyone to make community schools a success. Finally, there was a caravan of educators, families, and community members from Joe Gascon Elementary protesting, and they need to be heard. They understand that Prop 39 restricts what the district can do, but they simply want this board and the community to know that the KIPP co-location at Joe Gascon Elementary is detrimental to our students, to our members, and our community. They would like your support. I appreciate your time. Have a great evening, everyone.
All right, and finally, we have CSA, Ms. Marisol Rivera.
Good afternoon, Madam President Gutierrez, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Dr. Scarvana, and Executive Cabinet, and community members and brothers and sisters. Let me begin by saying Happy New Year, welcome back. And of course, Happy Valentine's Day soon. Thank you to all our classified employees for a great, an outstanding job in the process of distributing COVID test kits and providing them to our students. Thank you for always being there for our students. Thank you for always going above and beyond to our students and community. The return of students did not have any hiccups. Everyone was there providing the support as needed to get our students into sessions on the first day back. Great job to everybody. Our cafeteria workers were awesome as always in making sure we provided meals to our students while we had a week before school started, and continued on providing meals to our students. Our bus drivers, thank you for providing the safe arrival of our students to the sites and always doing what is necessary for our students. Thank you to our grounds and our maintenance and operation for making sure our schools are taken care of. And also thank you, custodian staff, for making sure we continue with the safety, cleanliness in our sites as we do with what personnel we have. Special education instructional aides and caseworkers, thank you for making sure our students are guided in the proper direction to provide that adequate support inside the class and outside the playground. To our health procedures and health assistants, thank you for making sure we are providing the support that our students need. To our clerical and different levels, thank you for all you do and continue on doing with all the madness of documentation, payroll, enrollment, COVID cases, registration. I need to say the day-to-day job. Thank you. To our IT department, thank you for providing that support to all our students and staff. Without you, we wouldn't be able to have our network running or having our testing in place. To our campus security officers, thank you for making sure our students are in a safe environment and continue on supporting the needs of our students at all levels. To all the information that is sent out to our parents on a daily basis. Thank you to our classified staff. Warehouse procurement, thank you for providing the deliveries that are necessary to our sites and the purchases and distribution of our mail. Thank you. My list can go on and on. As you continue to praise Classified for their hard work, consider the wages that are being presented to you for 2020-21. Give direction to the chair in negotiations, and let's make right to classified employees for the continued service to the district. As all classified employees are having work overload problems as we continue to provide the support that is being requested from the district. Madam President Gutierrez and members of the board, take the time to visit sites and talk to our membership at various levels and hear them out as their day-to-day job consists of. We are all facing the struggle of personnel, but we wouldn't like to lose what we have. Congratulations to our brothers and sisters in closing negotiations for 21-22. Let it be known that we all provide the same support to our students in different levels. There is still a lot of work ahead of us. Let's make sure we continue with the focus of our students' needs to provide those services. I leave you with this. God grants me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. By Reinhold Niebuhr. Thank you, and you have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rivera and Mr. Navarre. I would like to move on to agenda item number 9, Los Angeles County Office of Education comments. I would like to call on Mr. Bill McGuire.
Members of the board, we are pleased that you are moving forward in filling the position of Chief Financial Officer. This is a key position for the district and the work that we do with you. We're looking forward to then the filling of the Director of Fiscal Services to fill out that senior level management and work towards the smooth operation of the district. So job well done, and look forward to getting these positions filled.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. We'll now move on to item number 10, public comment. I would like to call on legal counsel.
Thank you, President Gutierrez. We do have 2 written comments, and I also want to address the board and president on something that has come to my attention. But with regards to the 2 written comments, the one first subject matter being, I support Prop 39. Hi, my name is Feng T, and my child is currently attending KIP Poder. I want to share my support for facilities being offered by the school district for KIP so that both kinder and first grade students can be located on one site. We have had a great experience with the school. We have found the KIP team genuinely cares about my child and is providing a safe environment where my child is getting a good education. We support our school and want to make sure that all our children have access to facilities in our district and that facilities offered by our district support families commute. I support Prop 39 agreement that offers one site for KIP and wish the board to do the same. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Feng T. The second written public comment is also on KIP, and it's in Spanish. Hola, mi nombre es Yareli Correas. Soy la madre de Janella Correas. Mi hija actualmente asiste a KIP Poder, está en TK, y yo he visto cómo mi hija ha aprendido muchas cosas, avanzando bastante. Le encanta ir a su escuela. Sé que la directora es muy buena, está haciendo muy bien su trabajo con todo su equipo, y por eso quiero que tengan un edificio para ellos y aprueba la Prop 39. Quiero que muchas más familias conozcan nuestra escuelita y que tengan confianza que sus hijos van a ser unos triunfadores en sus vidas. Yareli Rios. And before we go with Dr. Ewan to see if there is a public comment in real time or pre-registered comments telephonically or via Zoom. President Gutierrez and members of the board, it has come to my attention that a member is attempting to address the board this evening and may potentially be raising matters relative to a confidential ongoing district investigation. And this is relating to personnel issues. It is my recommendation that should the speaker proceed to make statements of this topic or that are confidential, that President Gutierrez and or I provide a warning to the speaker to indicate that those type of comments should cease and those comments should be stopped. If he or she continues on to discuss those topics that are confidential, it is my recommendation that IT mute the speaker. The reason why I am making this recommendation, President Gutierrez, is one, to protect the board, because this is an ongoing investigation and I don't want the board to commence engaging in a matter that is of personnel nature and that is currently under investigation. Also, the ongoing investigation is confidential. Any discussion in public may compromise the integrity of the investigation. Also, there are several district employees that may be impacted by statements made in public. So we also have an obligation to protect the privacy rights of those other district employees. So that is my recommendation, should those comments be made at tonight's meeting. Do you have any questions, President Gutierrez, on that?
No, no questions. If needed, we'll do so. Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to call Dr. Yuen. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 6 people who called in, so I'll start at the top. All right, board members, we have George Muriel. He's going to share about previous communications. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, wait, stop. Turn off your.
I don't think that I had.
Yeah. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I still hear the echoing, and I'm sure it's.
We're going to call him back as he work out the technical difficulties. So I'm going to move on to Alex Palomares, and he would like to comment about La Merced Elementary becoming a K-6 school. So give me a moment. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to the board, district members, and to the community members listening in. My name is Alex Palomares. I'm a parent of 2 at La Merced Elementary. First, I want to say thank you to the district and all of our school staff for the work to keep our students safe during this global pandemic. I know it's hard work. You guys probably had some pretty tough conversations, so this parent offers a warm-hearted appreciation to you all. Second, I want to acknowledge Dr. Yuen and Dr. Garland for always taking time to listen to a parent with ideas. Thank you, too, for that. Today, I'm here to ask to have a conversation about expanding La Merced Elementary from a K-5 to K-6 dual immersion academy. Dual immersion is a value add to our community, as most of us already know, as evident by the establishment of both our Spanish and Mandarin immersion programs. Further to this point, this very body approved LME's transition to a K-5 dual immersion academy. This same body should be celebrated for its decision to help this community mirror the composition of Monteveo. My ask stems from both my children moving from K-5 to the regular 6th grade in an intermediate school. Immediately when we arrive at 6th grade, we will be presented with the decision to choose between continuing to improve the biliterate skills of my children or the cultural language of Spanish as an elective. Instead of it being embedded into the daily academic experiences we still have today, I don't think that's necessary. I believe there is an opportunity to continue to leverage the benefits of a dual immersion program and not need to choose between languages while keeping the 5 years of school spirit equity for both students and parents. That decision should not be one we have to make. Today, there is a growing population of parents within the LME community that are more in favor of moving towards this type of model of having a K-6 academy and continuing that continuity. The transition from elementary to intermediate is a tough one. We all know that. We also know that attrition happens during this time due to the change of environment and the lack of familiarity. Dr. Yuen earlier illustrated that 1,000 students are leaving per year. Let's keep them. This is where I see an opportunity, the opportunity to keep familiarity, reduce that attrition, and expand on what I see as a competitive advantage for MUSD. This is why me and my wife moved to MUSD, for the dual immersion experience, for that program. We want it by literacy. We may even have the ability to attract educational talent to MUSD by those educators who are interested in participating into this expansion. In closing, my ask is to have this conversation with this body, to explore this idea, to extend school pride and engagement for our students, to extend the continuity of the LME dual immersion families, and to demonstrate a value for the cultural pride and a reflection of the LME community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next we have Erica Estrada calling about the charter school.
Dr. Yuen, I see Erica Estrada is raising her hand on Zoom.
Okay, yeah, for some reason it didn't work. So Jonathan, can you please unmute Erica Estrada?
Hello?
Erica, you can speak now.
All right, go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Erica Estrada, and I am a MTA building rep at Joseph Gascon Elementary, and I've been teaching there for 20 years. I was born and raised in Commerce, so you can say I'm a homegrown Montebello Unified student. Board members and superintendent, imagine that tomorrow you receive an email that says, as of today, You will share your office space with 2 other KIPP officials. Then all of a sudden, you see some porta potties in your courtyard that emit an offensive odor. And now the kitchen and lounge that you enjoyed has been taken away. The benches in the courtyard that you normally used to enjoy to eat your lunch are now taken away to accommodate some of these KIPP officials. Oh, and by the way, there will be 2 more KIPP officials coming to your office, so you will be displaced from your office and be moved to another smaller office to accommodate those KIPP district officials. Just because Prop 39 is a law doesn't make it an ethical or equitable law. Imagine Rosa Parks saying, oh, it's the law, oh well. As a union member, I would never say, take one for the team, as somebody mentioned a few months ago regarding co-location at our school. I would never wish this to any school, teacher, student, community to endure what we have been enduring for the past 6 months. So you may ask, how can you help us, district and board? How can you help us, right? Number 1, is KIPP paying their rent to Gascon? According to the Washington Post, KIPP owes millions, 13 million to LAUSD in back rent. Reducing class size will not only help us reduce the exposure to COVID and protect lives, but it would alleviate our growing student population. For example, the returning students from independent studies access those rooms that we need, our students need. Number 3, verify that KIPP is complying with AB 1316 and AB 1505. Number 4, verify their enrollment. They're saying that they have hundreds enrolled. We don't see that. It seems to be way under that number. We demand that there be a committee that includes parents and teachers when making decisions that affect their school. No more surprise visits from KIPP at our campus without a teacher and some representatives from CSCA and MTA. I conclude by saying that our community is outraged, and this caravan protest was organized to send a loud message to the board and the district and to KIPP. We are not happy with co-location. Co-location does not work. Just because it's a law doesn't mean it is right and ethical. Next stop, we're going to Lakewood because this is unacceptable. And we hope that you hear our cry and that we can band together to think outside the box and help our poor students at Gascon. Thank you.
All right, next we have Veronica Viramontes calling about co-location and classified bargaining. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Viramontes. I have 2 daughters that currently attend Joseph Gascon Elementary. I recently found out that KIPP will be occupying more space in Gascon. As a parent, I am outraged to know that in a school with over 600 students enrolled, there will be an additional 225 plus students who are expected to co-locate. In a time of pandemic where we need to be social distancing for our children and our protection, you are overpopulating a school, putting the health of my daughters at risk. And I don't know why. Also, the porta potties that KIPP have are health hazards to our kids. The space you are thinking of taking away is currently used to provide services to students attending Gascon. My daughter's speech services room will be affected. If the space is being used, it's not available for KIPP. How can we expect services to be properly provided if they don't have adequate space? This makes me wonder why Gascon was chosen out of the 4 other schools to co-locate. Being one of the elementaries with high enrollment, why us? Is it because it services a low-income community of mostly Latino families, many of which have parents that don't speak or understand the English language and wouldn't be able to express their objections? Why Gascon? When you have an empty school, Laguna Nueva, which is being used as a swap meet, why not give KIPP Laguna Nueva, where they wouldn't infringe on students currently attending Gascon? As a parent, I am requesting, in true transparency, a study and a report be done to inform parents and staff of the harm and, if any, benefits of co-locating has brought to Gascon. Furthermore, I request to know if KIPP has paid rent to Gascon, and please reconsider their co-location. Secondly, as a 27-year classified employee of Montebello Unified, I wanted to express my disappointment in how negotiations have been going on to acquire an ongoing raise, not just a bonus check. It has been since 2017 that classified have received a raise, 5 years, in which everything has increased in price, where even Social Security recipients have been given an increase to accommodate for cost of living increases. We are employees who give our all each day to our students, and we deserve to be able to put food on our tables and pay our bills. I am a health procedure specialist. My job consists of doing medical procedures on students who require it to be able to attend school. Without me, they wouldn't be able to attend. I love what I do, and I give it my all every day, more than 110%. But I need to provide for my girls, and with everything increasing in price, it's getting harder and harder to do so with my income. A raise to cover the cost of living increase is necessary. It's been 5 years since our last raise. We work hard and deserve to be respected and appreciated. By denying us an ongoing raise, you are disrespecting. Thank you for your time, and I hope.
All right, next we have Christine Demas, who will be calling about charter school and the second round of bond money. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Board President Gutierrez, Board of Education, Superintendent Carvana, and Executive Cabinet. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I wanted to talk to you about two things. If I don't get to the second, that's okay. But I wanted to talk about charter schools. And here we are again talking about them. And we have one in Gascon, and that's the one that I would like to talk about. I have talked about this before, and hopefully, maybe something can happen this time around. But I'm hoping that we can get some kind of committee together that focuses on the charter schools that, number one, try to get in our district, and then focus on the ones that are in our district, where district personnel, specifically the ones that are working in the schools with a co-location, are aware of what the district office is doing and also what the charter schools are doing. Making appointments to walk through the schools and the classrooms. That doesn't seem fair that teachers and other school personnel are finding out about this when it's happening. And the fact that Gascon doesn't have a permanent principal right now sounds like kind of a strange feeling during a time when we should be aware of people's feelings. And because charter schools is a very touchy subject, with not just the teachers at Gascon, but throughout our district, there's a fear. What's going to happen to jobs? Okay, so we need to work together so we can get some kind of committee so that we know that district office, teachers, faculty personnel, we're all working together so that we know how to deal with the, unfortunate situation of charter schools in Montebello Unified. And we also need to be focusing on the classroom sizes. There was a science lab that was taken away from the students at Gascon. So is that going to be replaced? And that's a sad thing because that shows also educational inequality. Why is it that our kids in our district have to lose a science lab so that we can bring in a charter school? And we all know also that charter schools inflate their members. So it would be good to know what the enrollment is right now so that we can make sure occupying this classroom. So with that being said, I'm hoping that some kind of a committee can be put together.
All right, thank you. That was 3 minutes. Next, we have Marina Martinez Smith calling about Schur High School. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Gutierrez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Skavarna, Dr. Ewan, members of the executive cabinet, and audience members. Hope that you and those you love are healthy and safe. Second semester continues to be challenging at Schur High School. The district continues to be remiss in paying its employees in a timely and consistent manner. Teachers who began working 1/6 in October have still not been compensated for their service. These mistakes are serious and involve thousands of dollars, not hundreds. How are teachers expected to plan their life if there isn't timely and consistent pay? This is not only a disservice, but disrespectful. Anyone who is working extra hours is hoping to be compensated in a timely and consistent manner. The employees of the Montebello Unified School District deserve to see the timeline that is followed for payment of additional services that is used by the district so that they can plan their life effectively. Right now, being told you will be paid sometime in the next year is inequitable, especially when hero bonuses to administrators were given in less than 2 weeks. Teachers aren't heroes. We deserve timely and consistent pay too. Having to wait for money in the thousands of dollars is something no one should have to experience. I'm also asking, thank you. Lastly, please make substitute CSO and custodian shortage a priority. What is the solution? How is the district making employment in the Montebello Unified School District more appealing? Please be proactive instead of reactive in resolving these issues. Relying on the district's employees to make things work is lacking in professionalism and relying on the professionalism of teachers. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I am so grateful to work with so many committed individuals to the most important resource this world offers, our children. And my support goes out to Joe Gascon School. I wish you guys the very best. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to try George Maria one more time. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ewan. I want to acknowledge our board president, our board members, Dr. Skavarna.
Hold on one second. All right, we're going to try this one more time. I see George Murillo in the attendance with his hands up. Jonathan, can you please unmute him?
George, you can talk now. George?
I'm here. Okay.
You need to turn off one of your devices. It's making the echo.
Let me see. Can I just do it through the phone?
Either way, you have to turn off one of your devices, or at least turn off the volume. Mute yourself on one of the other devices because we can't hear the echo.
Okay.
Jonathan, can you move George back into the attendee, and then we'll come back to him, and then we'll go down. We have 4 more hands raised. Thank you. I see a DF. I believe that's Debbie Ferguson. So can you please unmute her?
I believe I'm unmuted, yes?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, Dr. Skavarna, and the public. Just want to give a couple of shout outs. I think we might have been the last school to get the new desks, student desks, which is beautiful. They have a little rack for the Chromebooks even. And that was a custodial staff who is very understaffed. So I wanted to make sure I give a shout out to them for doing all that over break. That was amazing. Second and most importantly, our school secretary, who should have like president of the world title. And if anyone deserves a hero bonus, it is our school secretary, who spends no less than an hour every day trying to get sub coverage for teachers that are out. And she should be compensated for that work. I do, on the other side of the ledger, want to agree 110% with my colleague, Ms. Martinez Smith, regarding the lack of payment. At this point, there's really no excuse. I know for my personal self, I've been patient, I've been persistent, and we still don't get paid. That's just beyond unacceptable to, you mess around with something else, you don't mess around with people's pay when you're asking them to work extra assignments. So please look into that and think about if it was someone in your family who needed that money to pay their bills, and you just say, well, sorry, we can't pay you this month, try again next month or the next month or the next month. And as she said, there's payments outstanding from a year ago. That's shameful. Thank you all. I hope you have a great evening and happy Groundhog's Day.
All right, Jonathan, I see Julie Regalado. Please unmute, Julie.
Julie's Zoom version is outdated. There's no way I can let her talk in the audience. I can put her into panelists if you agree.
Well, why don't we move to Juliana, and then Julie, I'll open up the telephone line for you to call in after we conclude these Zoom calls.
Juliana, speak is yours now.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, members of the board. My name is Juliana Castellon. I'm calling because of the charter school co-locations. I'm just calling as a concerned community member. I'm a product of MUSD, and I would like to say that I did enjoy my time at MUSD when it was a charter-free environment. I feel a lot of things that I was able to do and enjoy other students won't be able to enjoy if there's co-locations all over MUSD. I think charter schools really deplete funds for MUSD students. I don't I mean, we could just look at what's happening in the Alley Unified School District and how the charter schools are just depleting not just their students, but resources for their students. The charter schools have become a big problem, and many, if not all, don't pay rent. And as to my knowledge, the charter school at Gascon Elementary and the charter school that's at Montebello High School, out of those two, neither of them pay rent to the schools. And I just think they're taking up space that our students could be using for other productive stuff. I would also advise the board to seriously look into Proposition AB 15 if and when they have the chance, and to reach out to teachers from the Alley Unified School District and just ask them how their charter of experiences have been going, just to get a little bit more insight as to what's really happening. Thank you.
And then next we have Jamie Oliveros. Jonathan, if you can please unmute.
All right, Jamie.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, you know what? I'm sorry. This is Myra Oliveros. I'm using my husband's computer and we weren't able to remove his picture. So I am using his account. So I apologize, but this is Myra Oliveros. So good evening, President Gutierrez, members of the board, executive cabinet, Dr. Scarvana, Dr. Yuen, and members of the public. I'm calling because I am very sad and I'm very disappointed that our bargaining is going nowhere in regards to obtaining a cost of living increase. It's not a raise, it's a cost of living increase that should just be approved for us to continue to be paying our bills and our mortgage and put food on the table. We shouldn't have to convince you to approve the cost of living for our CSEA members. It's demeaning to both our sides to have to do that. I'm disappointed and angry that the district I've worked for 11 years has decided that the CSEA positions within the district are only worthy of bonuses. That tells me that my district values the work of other members over everybody else, that they aim to please certain members. Although I'm very happy for our MTA brothers and sisters, it makes me feel really sad that I have to come and I have to ask you to please approve our cost of living increase. I am wondering if it's because our job classifications do not require college degrees. Is it thinking that anybody can drive a bus, work in the kitchen, answer phones, clean, mow lawns, or supervise kids? College degrees are not required for these particular jobs, it's true, but it doesn't make them any less important. These positions are the workhorses that keep everything in the district going and running. How would children get to school without our bus drivers? How would students eat warm breakfast and lunch at schools if not for our cafeteria staff? And how would anybody get paid if not for these grunt positions that the district would just come to a halt? It's disheartening to learn that every time we are told we appreciate your work, or you are the backbone of our schools, or you're the best, these words are in the wind, lacking sincerity and honesty. We can't pay our bills, mortgages, or buy groceries on hollow compliments. We need a cost of living increase. And you will say, you know, why don't you leave if you don't like it? Well, unfortunately, many people have years and years in this district. They have seniority, and it's not fair that they lose what they've worked so hard to attain simply because now they are seen as lesser than, not as important. We work hard for the district. We work hard for our students, and we work hard for our parents. We deserve that cost of living increase. I thank you for your time, and good evening.
All right, I also see a Sylvia Sanchez. Jonathan, if you can please unmute.
Okay, Sylvia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sylvia Sanchez.
I've been with Montebello Unified since 2007, and tonight I would just like to speak as a CSEA member. Um, I think, as well as the rest of the chapter members, last time we all voted and we took a one-time payment, bonuses, instead of an ongoing raise. And I think we took it wholeheartedly, believing that as a membership, we accepted it, thinking that when the district was more financially stable, you guys would come back and negotiate in good faith and give us a raise. And that has not really been the case. And now that we're trying to negotiate with you guys, and this is for the year of 2021, it's still not happening. And so now here we are, it's been 5 years and CSEA still has not been given a raise. And, you know, in the state of California, everything's going up, food, gas, mortgage payments, and still we can't even get the cost of living as other chapter members have described to you. You know, MUSD, I don't believe can operate without us. You know, we're the CSEA is the backbone of MUSD. We're good people. We love the kids. We do what we do because we love the students. We get to work every day. The school secretaries, the cafeteria workers, the attendance technicians, the custodians, the payroll technicians, the bus drivers, the accountants, the plumbers, you know, the caseworkers, the list goes on and on. You know, without us, who's gonna do those jobs? You know, the gardeners, who's gonna do it? The board members, you know, the teachers, the administrators. I mean, seriously, who's gonna do those jobs without us? I just think that the times comes that as the board members, you guys really need to recognize that we're people and we're not just numbers, and that we deserve to have an ongoing raise for the 2020-2021 school year. And it can't just be another ongoing bonus. It really does need to be a raise, an ongoing raise. Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes the hand raising here. I'm going to open up the line here for those who want to call in. So we'll just wait.
Dr. Yuan, can we go back to Mr. George Muriel?
Yeah. So George, I'm going to give him a call. So give me a second. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, yes, Dr. Yuan, thank you. And President Gutierrez, I appreciate this opportunity. I thank all the board members, along with Dr. Skavarna, their superintendent, the cabinet, and our parents and community. My heart goes out to our CSEA members, and I, as an MTA member, certainly endorse supporting them in that cost of living increase. And my MTA teachers that haven't been paid, I certainly support them wholeheartedly for their incredible work. I get to see that daily at Macy, the engagement of students because of the wonderful teachers that we have, and the awesome energy and powerful group of CSEA members that get many things going at Macy Intermediate. I think we're very blessed to have such workers. Basically, and thank you, Ms. Gutierrez, for reminding them about me. I just today want to say things that you have already heard that I'm not going to really detail, but I just want to remind you that there's issues that I've raised that you've heard, and you have received emails and you've received copy of emails. I'm just asking that you look into staff giving a response to some of the concerns that I raised. I've had no real response. We've had members of cabinet, a particular member of cabinet that I'm not mentioning any names, but that felt that had met with me, but it led to no help and it led to no real resolution of the issues I was trying to raise. So please, I need a response. I need maybe direction if I need to go elsewhere. And I certainly looking for resolution of my issues. I asked you very respectfully, but I did want to register my request of all of you at a board meeting. I've done it through emails. I haven't gotten the results. And I thank you for this time. And I'm expecting that probably there's already a motion in action. I know that I've been waiting for 13 days of overtime that I think is in process. And that's from 2.5 years ago. So I appreciate your effort and in looking at issues of fairness. And just as many people have raised, we deserve what we've worked for. And I will really appreciate resolving these issues. Thank you again. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all your hard work.
All right, I do see a hand raised in the attendees. Amy, Jonathan, can you please unmute?
No, Amy's having some issue as the previous users had an older version of Zoom. There's no way I can let her talk in the audience.
Okay, well, the phone lines are open. And if members of the public, the phone, oh, there we go. Okay, give me a second. All right, we have Amy calling, so you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Montebello Unified Community. I'm calling in today to express my dissatisfaction with this district leadership. I've taught at Sure High School for 20 years, and while it'd be easy to just shut my door, things won't ever get better with silence. First, I question our district leadership's knowledge of current pedagogy, research, and state requirements. During the all presentation this evening, some misinformation was provided. These are not intervention courses at the high school level, but regular core curriculum. There is no freedom of design as the course must meet A to G requirements. Students are being tracked from their grade level peers, which is especially detrimental for EL. Additionally, it took the district 6 months, a committee, and a team of lawyers to interpret AB 104, long after other districts. Now district leadership is pushing for a new graduation requirement to match A to Gs, ignoring that surrounding districts have tried, failed, and reverted back to non-A to G requirements for graduation. All of this is especially problematic for EL. The lack of high school experience at the district office is very apparent. Second, we have no real COVID protocols in place. Teachers, parents, and students are provided with a cut and paste job from the county requirements that are not clear. Luckily, at the high school level, some parents and students will email teachers, otherwise we would not know. Students ask me how they're supposed to get clear to return to school, and I direct them to the overburdened attendance office because no protocol has been communicated. When students return, I don't even know if they've been cleared to come back. I don't believe we are even contact tracing anymore. We still have teachers who do not wear their masks consistently in the classroom. Students and teachers report them, but the behavior continues. Finally, it is only recently that HR even realized we were correctly stating that we had not been paid. While we're being told a small payment will be received February 4th, this is not a cause for celebration as substantial money is still owed. Payroll had to deal with upset teachers because the difference between per diem overage and the overage stipend was not properly communicated to them by HR. The miscommunication or lack of communication is typical of district leadership. We continue to have positions unfilled, and the positions that are being filled seem to be just moving people from district office to positions based on district relationships instead of experience or expertise to do their new job. When I first moved to the area 20 years ago, I was directed to Montebello Unified as a premier district in Los Angeles County. Now, if someone inquired about working in this district, I would tell them to run the other way. Our executive cabinet needs to do better as soon as possible, or they need to go. Thank you for your time.
All right, I do see two more hands raised. Luz P. Cruz.
And President Gutierrez.
Can you hear me?
We
I'm
can hear you,
sorry.
Ms. Cruz, but go ahead, legal counsel.
I just wanted to make note of the time. It is 8:37 p.m. We have gone through public comments for quite some time, and I keep seeing more hands come up. It's up to the board or to you, President Gutierrez, to conclude the public comment, and or we can have public comment at the end after closed session. But just because I've been getting some concerns raised regarding the timing.
Yes, given the time, let's go ahead and hear Ms. Cruz and then Ms. Maldonado, and we'll close out public comment. How does that sound?
That works, President Gutierrez.
Perfect. Go ahead, Ms. Cruz.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, Miss?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, President and board members, for allowing me to speak. I'm calling because I'm calling about the charter schools. At this time, we really don't need charter schools taking up more of the facility at JGE. They are taking up space. They are taking up resources that belong to the teachers who are already there, and the public school students who are already there and have been there. They are, with the pandemic, think about it. They want to open up 10 classes. We have a pandemic, we have COVID, and you're going to have an additional group of probably 200, along with already 600. That is way too much. Classes are being overfilled in there. More kids are going to be in one classroom. So I would like for you to stand tall, stand with the public school teachers who've been there a number of years, and to say no to the charter school. We do not need them to come into our schools. And I agree with the last caller. We were once a premier district. We were ones that everybody wanted to come to. But the way it has been going, this district in the last few years, nobody should come here because you're not listening to us. You're not listening to the teachers. You're not listening to the workers. You're not listening to CSEA workers. We are all necessary to one another. But public school teachers have been there, and the CSA have been there prior to KIP coming in. We don't need KIP. Not only is it putting more work on the public school teachers, it's putting more work on CSEA to try and keep things clean. So I'm asking you, for everyone there, to stand tall and tell them no, to at least get them out. We need to get them out. And we're going to stand tall, the public school teachers, and we're not going to back down. We're going to fight for that. And I want to thank you.
All right, and our final one, Jessica Maldonado. Jonathan, please unmute. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Well, good evening, honorable board members. My name is Jessica Maldonado. I am a proud product of public schools. And I'm honored that I actually get to work at a public school system. I work for KIP SoCal Public Schools. The reason I'm here tonight is I get to work with community members in Montebello. Our families are actually your families. And as public school families, they choose to attend the school that best fits the needs of their students. That does not mean that they don't support traditional public schools. It just means that they chose a different path. And I'm just here to bring and extend an olive branch and say, we want to work with this community. It's our community. Our families live here. and we mean no harm. I've reached out to a couple of people on the board and in the teachers union, and we're always open for dialogue. So I'm happy to leave my contact information. I also want to say that I hear the concerns of families, and I, would love to have a conversation about what concerns families in Montebello that are not part of our school system. Our parents just want a school where their kids can learn safely, like all students. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ewan, and that concludes public comment. We'll go ahead and move on to item 11, discussion and action items. At this time, we are going to consider item number 11A, approval of resolution number 17, 2021-2022, National School Counseling Week, February 7th through the 11th of 2022. At this time, I would like to call on Dr. Garland.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor to recognize our amazing counselors tonight with action item 11, approval of resolution number 17, National School Counseling Week, February 7th through the 11th, 2022. The theme this year is Better Together. National School Counseling Week highlights school counselors for being actively engaged and helping students examine their abilities, their strengths, interests, and talents, for working in a partnership with parents as they encounter the challenges of raising children in today's world, for focusing on positive ways to enhance students' academic career and social emotional development, and working with teachers and other educators to provide an educational system where students can realize their potential. Thank you to all of our MUSD counselors. I know there are many in attendance here tonight, so thank you, Rocio, who we'll recognize in just a moment, and there are a number in the attendees as well. I want to express my gratitude for all that you do for our entire school community. And President Gutierrez, I do have the resolution, so I can hold it up as you read it.
Thank you, Dr. Garland. It is with the great honor to read you this resolution number 17, National School Counseling Week of February 7th through the 11th, 2022, School Counselors Better Together. Whereas school counselors are employed in both public and private school systems to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to institutions of higher education and career readiness. And whereas school counselors help parents, families focus on ways to further educational, personal, and social emotional development of their children. And whereas school counselors collaborate with teachers, administrators, and other support personnel to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals of themselves. And whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs, including access to higher levels of care and help students become productive members of society. And whereas comprehensive development school counseling and guidance programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montebello Unified School District hereby proclaim February 7th through the 11th, 2022 as National School Counseling Week. And then we have here Ms. Rocio Zaragoza, who is going to be here to accept the resolution on behalf of the school counselors.
Thank you, President Gutierrez, board members, Superintendent Dr. Skavarna, and Executive Cabinet, and the Montebello community. I am Rocio Zaragoza. I'm currently a counselor at ATC High School, and it's my pleasure this evening to accept the resolution on behalf of my colleagues, a wonderful group of amazing counselors that are caring, kind, compassionate, and are true leaders on their school campuses. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the board and the administration for your continual support of counselors. The resources that you provide, the opportunity to work with individuals like Norma Velasco and Kim Lazaro and the others that support us really enable us to provide services to our students and to the families in the community. We all appreciate the acknowledgement. And of course, we appreciate again the resources and all the support that you give us so that we can do what we love to do, and service the students and families in the Montebello community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, I just want to just give a time to thank all our school counselors and MUSD who help our students through social, emotional, academic, college, and career readiness. Especially during a pandemic, a lot of counselors are helping students with a lot of social emotional supports. Students are grieving maybe a loss of a family member, a loved one, and counselors are there for them. Counselors are there to help them, guide them through academics and help them succeed in their schools. They do a lot like risk assessments. They do advising for students, social emotional groups, just helping students really succeed in school and make sure that they have a support system, not just at school, but also within their community. So thank you so much to our school counselors for being there for our students. And that concludes my little thank you for all our school counselors.
Thank you again.
At this time, we are going to consider item 11B, approval of memorandum of understanding between ABM Building Value for primarily assessment of Montebello Unified School District. I would like to call on Mr. Ellington.
President Gutierrez, may I interrupt for one moment?
Yes,
you didn't approve the resolution yet.
Oh, that
wanted
is
to,
right.
wanted to let you know.
I'm
We got
so
excited.
sorry. Yes, I got excited too. All right, is there a motion and is there a motion to approve this item?
Motion. A second.
Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez,
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera,
Aye.
Board Member Magaña,
Aye.
Board Member Uribe, and an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. Okay, now we can move on to item 11B. Go ahead, Mr. Ellington.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. Good evening, members of the board, our superintendent, executive cabinet, co-workers, and our community. Tonight, we recommend that the Board of Education approve the memorandum of understanding between ABM Building Value to complete a preliminary assessment of the district's facilities, to address district plumbing issues, high irrigation costs, roofing needs, and other facilities needs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ellington. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Motion.
Second.
Awesome. Roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez,
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera,
Aye.
Board Member Magaña,
Aye.
Board Member Uribe, and an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we are going to consider item number 11C, audited financial statements and other financial information. I would like to call on Mr. Ellington.
Thank you again, Madam President. Christie White Associates have completed their annual audit for the year ended June 30, 2021. The largest change in 2021 was the implementation of GASB 84. It changed the identification of fiduciary funds. ASB accounts, or Associated Student Body accounts, were formerly reported as fiduciary funds. With this change in accounting principles, the ASB funds were required to be recorded in the district funds. As a result, a restatement of net position and fund balance was required to account for this change. The auditor's opinions and findings are summarized on the summary of auditor's results. Unmodified opinions on financial statements, federal awards, and state awards. Unmodified is the best opinion you can receive. No financial statement or federal award findings. There were 2 state award findings, classroom teacher salaries, and comprehensive school safety plan. Federal awards tested for 2021 included Special Education Cluster, Education Stabilization Fund, the ESSER and GEAR, and the Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CFR. Audit adjustments were required to be made to the general fund. A reduction to state revenue and accounts receivables related to Extending Learning Opportunities Program. program. This was a result of the CDE providing change guidance for accounting of the program in August of 2021, after the district closed the books.
In addition, a reduction to LCFF revenue and accounts receivable. This was a result of an oversight and change in personnel while closing the books and calculating the LCFF. I recommend that the Board of Education acknowledges receipt and reviews the attached annual audit report for the year ended June 30, 2021 by Christy White Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Ellingson. Is there a motion to approve this item? Motion. And I'll second. Let's do a roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez?
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera?
Aye.
Board Member Magaña?
Aye.
Board Member Uribe? And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we are going to consider item 11D, approval of administrative appointment and employment agreement, Chief Financial Officer. I would like to call on Dr. Scavarna.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, we had an interview of 6 candidates. We were lucky enough to get Mike Simonson, the Deputy Superintendent from San Diego County Office of Education. We got the President of the MTA, the President of CSEA, the President of AMSA. The entire cabinet interviewed these 6 folks, and I believe that we all came to the conclusion that Mr. Ellingson was the #1 candidate. The recommendation for you tonight is to approve him as the district's Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Scavarna. I would like to move to approve item 11D. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez?
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera?
Aye.
Board Member Magaña?
Aye.
Board Member Uribe? And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask, are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion and or action?
President Gutierrez,
Yes.
just to go back to the item, I believe it was 11D. Just to clarify for the record, the action item is approval of administrative appointment and employment agreement. There also is an employment agreement for the board's approval. So we just want to make sure that that's on the record.
Okay, perfect. Do you need another roll call vote or does that suffice?
I think it's best that someone make a motion to approve if that's the board's decision.
Okay, so
To ensure that we complete the full item.
okay, so I'll go ahead and move to approval of administrative appointment and employment agreement.
Second.
Is that correct, legal counsel?
That is correct.
Okay,
President.
perfect. Let's do a roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez? Clerk Cabrera?
Aye.
Board Member Magaña?
Aye.
Board Member Uribe? And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. Okay, let's go on. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda? Okay, do I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda as presented? Motion.
Second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez?
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera?
Aye.
Board Member Magaña?
Aye.
Board Member Uribe? And an aye for me. That motion is carried. Okay, I would like to call on my colleagues for any reports. I would like to start on with Clerk Cabrera.
Buenas noches, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe. There's no report from me tonight.
Thank you, Clerk Cabrera. At this time, I would like to call on Board Member Magaña.
Thank you. I would really like to congratulate our new CFO, Mr. Don Ellingson. He's done an amazing job. He has definitely helped in making this district a much better, more, what's the right word? It's a lot better place with him here. He has really helped turn things around financially. He's an amazing leader. He has many attributes. I feel very lucky that he's here. We received such a positive first interim report, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the work that he's done. I'm very proud of the work that Dr. Scavarna has done, that the entire cabinet has done. There are a lot of items that we do need to continue to work on, and we will continue to work on those. Everything that has been brought up today, we do take it into consideration and we are listening. So thank you so much for sharing your concerns, and we will continue to move forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, Board Member Magaña. I would like to call on Vice President Ramirez.
Good evening, everybody. Again, I just want to reiterate my congratulations to Don. I think he's been doing a great job so far. He's been with us and keeping us accountable and keeping us moving forward. And since he's been with us, we've got nothing but approvals on our budgets, and I really appreciate that. So have a good night, everybody. Stay warm.
Thank you, Vice President Ramirez. I do see that our Board Member Uribe has joined us. Board Member Uribe, do you have any report?
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just want to express my gratitude to our school counselors. Thank you so much to Ms. Zaragoza, who was able to join us this evening. I'm assuming you stood late in your office, so thank you for this time that you gave us today. Just thank you to all of our staff. Watching the school counselors this week with our elementary students and my son has just been such a beautiful experience to see just that support and that foundation that they need. And seeing the excitement in the students' faces has been just so beautiful, and just a genuine experience for them to also learn how to deal with their emotions and just everything that they're enduring at this point. So thank you so much. God bless you all and have a good evening.
Thank you, Board Member Uribe. My report, I would also like to congratulate Mr. Ellingson on becoming our CFO. Thank you so much for everything that you do, and also for your department. I know that you always give a shout out to them too. So thank you to everyone, to our school counselors. Again, thank you so much. We celebrate you next week. And that concludes my report. I hope you all have a great Valentine's Day. At this time, I'd like to have a motion and a second to recess into closed session.
So moved.
Second. Let's do roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez?
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera?
Aye.
Board Member Magaña? Aye. And Board Member Uribe?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll recess into closed session.
I would like to reconvene this meeting at 10:38 p.m. Let's see who is present. Vice President Ramirez,
Present.
Clerk Cabrera,
Present.
Board Member Magaña,
Present.
Board Member Uribe,
Present.
and I am present. Legal counsel, please provide a closed session report out.
Yes, thank you, President Gutierrez. We convened into closed session at 9:02 p.m. with the following individuals present in closed session via video conference: President Gutierrez, Vice President Ramirez, Clerk Cabrera, Board Member Magaña, Board Member Uribe, Legal Counsel Copado, Dr. Scavarna, Dr. Ewan, Dr. Garland, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Hakopian, and Mr. McGuire. At 9:04 p.m., Ms. Hakopian, Dr. Garland, and Dr. Ewan exited closed session discussions. As to item A1, members of the board were provided with a briefing and an update and were presented with a final settlement agreement by motion and by a vote of 5-0. Final settlement and agreement was approved. Nothing further to report on this matter. As to item B in the closed session agenda, members of the board were provided with a briefing and an update. After discussions by majority consensus, direction was provided to Mr. Ellingson. No reportable final action was taken. Nothing further to report on this matter. At 10:11 p.m., Mr. Ellingson and Mr. McGuire exited closed session. We then moved on as to item C under closed session with two matters for anticipated litigation. As to item number 1, members of the board were provided with an update and a briefing. No reportable final action was taken. Nothing further to report. As to the second item under C, members of the board were provided with a briefing on the matter by majority consensus. Direction was provided to legal counsel and Dr. Scavarna. Closed session discussions concluded at 10:36 p.m. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, legal counsel. It is now 10:41 p.m. Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn tonight's meeting?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call vote. Vice President Ramirez,
Aye.
Clerk Cabrera,
Aye.
Board Member Magaña,
Aye.
Board Member Uribe,
Aye.
and an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. Good night, everyone.
Hey, everybody.